Like you don't need to see me. I'm not here for the introduction. Guys, I ate dinner and I came back and I was like, you know, it's 9:30 and I don't really feel like I want to do anything else but stream tonight. I was gonna buy some stuff, but realistically, like aside from online shopping, I just wanted to stream. So we're back. Lost archetype. Oh, I don't know what lost archetype. Where did I get my wallpaper? Oh, just somewhere on fucking wallpaper thing. Couple bot for wait, what do you mean? I'm dubbed out, man. I played 3 viewer lobbies. I was up 0 LP and I played 3 viewer lobbies and look at me now. Stream shopping. Oh, I need to buy white pants. I need to buy cargo. Another preferably I need white pants. I need jeans. I need I would like another pair of cargo pants as well. And then I need another dress shirt or two. But like it's like stuff I can do later. It's not a big deal. I just want to buy TwitchCon. I kind of like Thresh's thing though.
The black mist won't hurt anyone. I promise.
Spin, buddy, spin. Ooh. Oh, wow, okay. Okay. I don't think I'm playing Renekton. Or I don't think I need to sell one of these. It's not Swain. So I don't know which one I'm selling. I would go ahead and say it's probably Galio.
This is very exciting. I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm back. The arena's bright. Oh, it's a bug. What's my favorite arena, man? Okay. Real talk. It's never is okay. I think electric gloves are good. Sword crown is so good here. And tiny is not that good. Oh, is never March? I kind of want to try March.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I want to try March. Oh wait, hold on. How do I play this comp? Okay. Let me just throw all the void units in. Pick purple units. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and you pick Talia. Does anyone know how to play this comp? I know. Bad time to ask, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I heard he stacked Cassidit, which to me, I'm like, Cassidit. I don't know how to play any comp. It's kind of fucking funny though. Roll and stack Cassidit Vel'Koz Kaisa. Okay. I mean, I'm asking because isn't okay. Usually you play March on a board that caps at 7. Isn't this the best level 7 capping board? There's another person playing.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Do I win these? I win these. Do I ever 3-star Talia? Probably not, right? Unless I have the void spat. Okay, so here's the plan, guys. I'm gonna march my way to a dub this game. In March, you cannot roll, and you're just gonna get 7 for free. So I'm just gonna get 7 for free. Honestly, is my board stronger than I thought? Looking okay. Free level 7? Yeah. Am I level 7 at 4-1? Or am I level 7 at... I think I'm level 7 at 3-5 or 4-1. I don't remember which one. Dude, I think I'm getting 2-way contested. Oh yeah, I feel like I'm getting 2-way contested. Can I sell this and find it later? Like, is it really that big of a thing? I think I don't care, right? Because I don't get... Cuts fake with watch. I mean, that's not true. I have 10 XP. On March I get what's equal to the thing.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Play Sona too. Yeah, I can play Sona. See? You roll out of 7? Yeah, yeah. So I get 8. Wait, do I really not get? I really don't get level 6 till next stage. I thought I don't get it at 3-1. That is so weird. It's 5 plus 3. Oh, I do. No, I don't. Wow. Fucking kidding me, man.
Always on the run.
Playing show 3. Birthday party. This guy has a 10 gold. 10 fucking gold, man. Guys, what do I even fucking put on people? Do I really not roll at 6? I guess I don't need to, I guess. Please give me void. Is this not the most insane thing for this augment ever? Holy fuck. What?
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
D level 6 at 2-7 March. Do we roll at 6?
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
The world may fall to darkness.
Okay.
but
Actually, what the
Noxus will remain.
does? Okay, what are priority items for this comp? It's obviously blue buff or Shojin Vel'Koz. Like Vel'Koz items are first priority, right? But what are Kassan items? Needs spark. Uh-oh. Slam. So I'll slam. I don't think I can wait till 7 to roll. I need some upgrades. I'm gonna roll a little bit of 6.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus.
Oh, okay. Now I feel a little bit better. A little bit better. Tiny bit better. Okay. Is Death Cap better than JG here? But then I guess I have to slam JG and move it to Vel'Koz eventually. Then I can maybe potentially get sparked here. Yeah, JG killing Love is actually kind of nice. The only way I can kill it otherwise is Guardbreaker, right? I can't really shift here. Wait, how many more rounds is? Do I get 8? I'm so confused. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me get the most important item first. Wait, this comp is really just if you don't hit wait, if you don't hit an early Kaisa, it's kind of bad. Holy fuck. Like Kaisa's kind of hard to hit. But luckily no. Crown Nashers JG. Well, that's interesting.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it. Justice will be served.
And then yep. So you can avoid a guaranteed second. Wait, so if QT said that, that means QT must be climbing every game, right? Right?
Witness your demise.
Is Redemption BIS for this comp? Does anyone know? For Kassadin? Does it work on... Alright, I'm just a slam fucking smart dude. Okay. Like, I'm about to pop off now. Look at this. Rookie Flyer. Literally next round, I'm gonna fucking go crazy. How much? 6 plus 3 or plus 2. The 4-1 I am 7. Okay. The void comp you already know. 3 HP, yep. Is what it is, buddy. You guys see a purple unit? If I see purple, I click. Purple, I click.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Here I come!
Darkness. They see what they're made of.
Oh, I fucked up. Wait, I was supposed to go Gunblade here and then play Sunfire. I might have made a mistake, but it's fine. But better Shojin, does the first cast matter? You just get more casts over time. Is Void Spat even good here? Oh my, is binary good here? Oh my god, I can golden ticket this. Okay, wait. How good is void? You don't want Baron for the comp to work. Okay. So is it binary then?
Justice will be served.
I hit last stand with Piltover Soul. Last hit stand, Piltover Soul, Jewel Lotus, 50 stack cash out, Jinx 3. Bro, we did not just fucking... We fucking lost.
Justice will be served.
I can't really go for that, I guess.
Will be served.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, what I'm gonna do here kind of is illegal, but I think it's the right thing. I'm gonna get Shojin so I can fucking put Shojin on this unit.
Remember the name.
Price is a bailout. I'm thinking about what to do here though. I'm should get Sunfire here actually. Sunfire's really good. Wait, it doesn't matter if it's a bailout. I'm gonna get the 50 stack last stand Jewel Lotus player, bro. He got Fawn and fucking 12 items. Like, am I not fucked? I don't want to put this here. The thing is, like, I don't even know when to roll because I sneak. Oh, this is the guy. Oh, this is the guy. Does this beat this comp normally? No way. Oh my god. Wait, it's not even close. Wait, I murdered this guy.
Sharima will live on without you.
Oh wait, why do I have this if I have this? Oh, you know what? It's fine. Don't even worry about it. I definitely did not see that. Might be trolling, by the way. Do you think about going 4 multicasters? I think 4 multicasters makes the comp actively worse. I think of any SKU you could possibly play, I hit the fucking 50 stack filter to play. This game's fun. Of any comp you could play, there's no worse variant than going 4 multicasters here. You could have asked me to put anything else in there, and it would have been better. Also, I have March. Yeah, I'm never making it to that time. I might make it to 8 though. Well, I'm down to roll more here.
Will
Man.
be consumed by it.
I have to roll so much. Like, you have tier 3 shows. Oh, I got Belt because of the 5 cost. But I thought I didn't have anti-heal. And then I did have anti-heal. So, huh.
Shurima will live on without you.
Fear the void sting.
What is the thing I put in next here? Any knowers? I have to 3-star something like a Fiora. I lost? Oh my god. Wait, like I can't roll here. I hope I don't lose here this round because it would be really embarrassing to die with 5 million gold. Rise 2. I got Shojin on my Kai'Sa. Holy fuck. Dude, I have killed so many fucking units, man. I dead. You're telling me this comp is good? There's no way, man. Go play some ads. Hmm. Yeah, Rexy probably win a few fights. I don't know about that. Oh, I'm so sad. I feel like March is the best comp to play, the best way to play that comp. But maybe the lobby just spiked too fast. I don't know. Like I think I just didn't slam items. If I had a bell cost earlier, it would have saved a lot of health. Maybe as a multicast guy you can read up on, yeah, but that wouldn't help me last game, would it? It is, yeah, not relevant. They just get too built over though. Do you like higher or slower tempo TFT lobbies? Usually it's not about about whether I like one or the other. It's just that usually higher tempo means you're playing against better players. And like that question is just like you like higher tempo if you're winning. And if you're losing, then you would like slower tempo.
Yeah! Teamwork!
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Dude, this is kind of weird. Oh, isn't that weird? I just sell this, right? I sell this for Swain. Maybe sell this for and there as well.
The world will fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Oh, maybe I could play. All right, where is that fucking guide? Hold up a sec. It's TF time, baby.
On the run.
Wait, I literally hit everything, right? Shit, is it this?
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
All right. Let's figure out how to play this fucking comp. Because I have no idea. Yo, yada yada. Default blade board with Galio main tank.
Okay.
I need gonna prioritize. Okay, then no problem. There's no mouse. No problem. And then there's a way if you're, and then there's another one if you're high rolling Swain. For Swain 3, got it. Whatever happens, you're playing whatever. Yeah, I got it. Is this good? Does anyone know if this is actually good? Because this is like, yes, it's broken. Excellent, excellent. Broken. We love to hear that. Take Pandora's no matter what. Okay, several item is Bramble on 2-star or Gargle on 2-star tank, blue buff on holder, Spark overrated but slammable if running AP holder, level to 6032 stabilized, roll above 50 for TF3 Galio 3 or Swain, hold all Vel'Koz. Here adds blue buff TF +1. I mean, I feel like my opener is pretty good if I have this item, right? Sure. In you go, buddy. Okay, okay. Do not force in any of these. Okay, what galaxy am I in? The university, of course. We're good. Hold chain. Hold rod. I mean, the thing is, sure. So I need JGs. I need. I see a unit. Oh, do I just take the Vel'Koz here? I do, right? I mean, I can re-roll this fucking item to whatever, right? I just need a fucking thing, you know? Okay, that looking good, looking good. Keep the first radiant carry item for TF, like TF Scarbreaker. Oh, I actually think this is wrong. I actually think Radiant Gunblade is the best item for sure. Radiant Gunblade is not balanced. The Radiant Gunblade is like the least balanced thing. Like blue buff can be really good, super explosive. Boom. Heat glove averages the 1. Interesting. Oh. Oh, it's lit. Oh, it's hella lit. Okay. Perfected repetition, Infernal Contract. Yeah, no shit, Infernal Contract is an F. Infernal Contract is the, I swear, whoever made that, holy fuck, not balanced. That shit is so imbalanced, actually. I fucked up. I killed a moth. That was a mosquito. Fuck. Wait, it was, oh no, I killed a, wait, those are not that bad. Oh no. Let me, oh, like, the moth imprinted its, like, its wing on my hands. I'm literally a killer. Wow, that was a lot of fucking damage.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Argo Slam. Swain does not look good. I don't even think it's worth slamming. I have a 1-star unit. Not good. Can this kill through Rogue? It can't, right? That sucks. I always have to do 2 casts for Rogue. Boom, boom. He killed my fucking... Oh my god, man. How many 3 costs does this comp use? It's not this. Fuck that. Has to be unified, I guess.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Please take out the scent.
Alright, seems the only option. Oh hell no, I'm not playing party with this. This argument sucked, man. Does TF's attack speed seem bad to anyone else, or is it just me? Unified always seems underwhelming. I think I really like Unified Silver. Feels really good. But the other Unified, I'm like, eh. Yes, I have no idea.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
0.7? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I got Sona anyways. You get Demacia for this, right? We said no idea. I'm just pretty sure Radiant Gunblade's always better, but like you probably don't want to wait for items to reroll that long. And if you can one shot on every cast, it's way better. Like there's gonna be some boards like this board where you can do that and you just chain cast like that and just fucking wipe the board. But there's gonna be some boards where like I don't know, you play against Declaw Bramble or something and you can't kill. Is there any unit here that I would love? Oh, there is a unit I would love. I mean, another TF for me in my head sounds great. So oh, heck yeah, look at this. I have 5 already? That's really good. I think that Jarvan, it could be OP. Does this comp itemize 1 tank, 2 DPS immediately, or is it itemize 2 tanks, 1 DPS? It's probably I need at least build blue buff on Vel'Koz. 1 tank, 2 DPS. Zero might be better than Aurelia. Boom. Nice. Boom. Oh, I don't know, guys. I think might be popping off. My Team Rocket, baby. This TF, okay. It's on Stamps on Fire. No. No. This is also not a great game for me to go wow. These rolls are wow.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Oh no, I need to keep something up here. Like it. Miss Talia. Oh.
Okay.
I think stone play doesn't make sense when you're playing Unified. Wait, he threw 3 cards. Holy shit. Got Smurfing. Oh, and they're dead. Boom. Sorry, buddy. Wait a second. Is this comp broken? I don't even have Gallia too.
I miss the darkness of the void. fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
You find the comments on it. Yeah, well, I mean, what can I do? You know. Bro, I can't fucking
I love to
move items fast enough. It's
the only
fine.
place I've been.
Let's raise the stakes.
Demacia, now
Shit.
and forever.
Do I need Spark? I'm wondering if I just slam Redemption here, if it's good. Oh shit, lucky glove. Wait. That seems pretty good. I really like this.
Always on the run.
Guys, I can't even find a Galio 2. Look at Galio, the Galio on the bench.
I've got you.
Really? Oh, usually I don't feel like you hold this, but holy fuck, if I'm getting lucky gloves on all my units, then I kind of want to. Yeah, I think it's like this. I mean, I'm just gonna hit 2-star Swain and just move and immediately level. Oh wow, he was waiting for Bel'Veth the whole time with these items. Interesting. What?
Demacia, now and forever.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. All according to plan. The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. I miss the darkness of the void. The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Okay. Holy fuck, the amount of cards I'm throwing out. Fucking Gamp. Oh my god, I won. What the fuck? Wait, yeah, I got lucky gloves. How did I get even shroud on Swain? Wait, hold on. You're onto something. Mort dog. Mort. Hello? Damn, he has Zanya's. Isn't that really bad for me? He has double Zanya's, man. Last our stream, I already did it. I already streamed it, man. But don't worry, it'll come back soon. Oh.
I love Demos.
Do I ever just... Okay, no. I still think I need another TG for Jarvan, so I probably shouldn't. Spark does seem kind of nice, though. Actually, maybe I just left Spark here.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Let's see what they're made of.
Why not the leader front? Oh, because I needed to fuck unified thing. Okay. Wait, that looked kind of sick. I don't think I'm weak. Declon Lealio, nope. God, do I really go Soda 3 here? It's like actually okay with... Fuck, bad. Why? More? Why two? Like, just give me one. More?
Okay.
Let the monster out. Become what they fear.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Oh, now it's good. Now it's Gucci. About Demacia here, I mean, this unironically is an incredible item. Okay, I think it's okay. Is it okay? The last time these guys 2 Zanyas shit on me. Hopefully it's not the case this time. Oh, it's good. It's looking good. Wait, did I not do damage to him? Oh, I did. That looked really weird. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure this is the only item I can actually put on my unit. Or unless I wanted to roll a TG for fucking my Talia. Yes. Oh my god. I was not sure if I was gonna get that item, but it's so good. Yes. Oh, okay.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Swain 3, huge. Shrima? What the fuck? 2-star Belvet. Okay. Fake, right? Dude. That fake. Level 9 at 5.5 with 2 Velvet. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh my god. Rogue positioning for this guy. Oh, look at the rogue positioning. It's looking Gucci. I lost to a ghost. What the fuck? My positioning was perfect. What the fuck? Like this. Thought 3's fake.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Idealism, Harmacist, four Hodges. How the fuck do you even get 4 Hodges without Pandora's? Oh my god. Wait, sick.
They'll be fine.
Demacia is counting on us.
Like, how do you guys feel about me re-rolling an item?
Okay.
Thanks, Scar, for always making my all the panty drop real inspirational. Yeah, you're welcome. RE2, but this guy has a Velvet 2 with these items. Those even real items? Wow, that guy RE2 Velvet 2 5th place. Yeah, there's 2 Velvet 2s in the lobby. This guy has 9 Shurima, which is the only reason why this game is any hard at all, man.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
2 even shrouds. Oh god. Oh, 3-star Vel'Koz seems to be kind of good. Yeah, that's right. Get the fuck out.
We'll live on without you.
Three. Oh, it's looking good. Bro, like this guy's board, it's just crazy. The weirdest thing is, I think I win. I tell you for that you don't need to. He's on the Jarvan side. Let's just jump after. Never mind, he is on the. I mean, it's fine. I'll punch him. Oh, he turned right. He got stunned though, so it's not even a problem. All right. I mean, isn't this guy cheating? Honestly, that wasn't bad. I think if I get Pandora's, I'm like, oh, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I mean, this guy was like, I don't even know, man. He got two spats, Velvet 2, like 9 Shurima, whatever, man. Cesar, 1 month for 4 months, 6 free subbing. No piss mats. The comp definitely seems like a comp I would play if I had like a Pandora opener, but not something I would. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I hit like such good stuff. Yeah, Silver Augment is probably best because Silver Pandora's is really good. I feel like you low roll the beginning, high roll. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know. I had such an interesting opener. At TF2, I wouldn't say I low rolled. I got really good. I think the mid game was really sus there, but extra emblem would take nothing. That's why the comp sucks. You can't use emblems, like almost at all. If you get emblem with that comp, it looks like you just go 8. Like the only usable one is Demacia, and you'd have to go 8, maybe. Mm-mm-mm. Somebody's taking Earth because you couldn't resist Ionia. No, it's because I wasn't taking Ionia. I think Earth is only good if you're taking the meta stuff, and the non-meta stuff really sucks right now. Have I seen Wicked? Nope. The only musical I've seen in my lifetime, I think, is Mean Girls, which unfortunately was not a great musical. I was so hyped for it too, because I saw it with like Leslie and them, and I was just like, oh, it's like meh. Darcy Hamilton, nope. Thoughts on music? It's kind of poggers, I guess. The one great thing about university is you can go 9 Streama, 9 Ionia, 9 Demacia. And so that's what makes Wandering, like, I love Wandering Trainer because of that. Highly recommend seeing, bro, I know, man. But it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just never had like a real feel for it.
Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
I'm trying to feel like, what are these items pushing me toward? Ionian Vanquishers. Shit.
I have but one life to give
I don't like.
for Ionia.
Oh
Must make
fuck!
it count.
It's 5 item opener. Oh shit. Okay. Ooh, it's kind of.
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
The
I
Warwick
must
makes
make
this
it
really
count.
interesting. The build also makes it interesting. Not this. Oh, I need this Warwick. I think I get 3 gold here. Sell by these 2. Fuck. That's such a good unit as well. No tears. I have Spark Opener, which yes, I'm good. I don't want to go mages. I'm pretty sure I have to take cluster here. Challenger.
Name Samira.
I got hilariously lucky just now. What the fuck?
Break out the scent.
I mean, literally look at my items, okay? How are you telling me this is not a challenger game? challenger spat perfect items. Like really, like I'm just blowing.
Dawn is the future.
I want a double level, but 3, 4, 5. I can't. There's no point.
I got no time for games.
For Fiora, remember also for Fiora that Titans and Night Harvester is a very good replacement for Titans. Do not ever get baited. If you like, you can the BT is the only item that is literally unshakable. You have to go BT, but everything else is like kind of do whatever.
I win.
What are you playing with tonight? Oh, I don't understand your question. Doing no.
All in.
Usually if I play with anyone, I'll put them in the title, but I mean sometimes I don't. But yeah, TFT is kind of like a solo game a lot of times. How did you go after Lost Ark? I did go. I went and I came back.
I win.
The item I want is BF Sword. The item I'm not going to get is BF Sword. I'm willing to take any Kaisa item. I don't think frontline items super matter in this comp. You can get away with challenger items because challengers kill stuff usually faster than they die, with some exceptions. Down for tier, down for BF. BF is the best for sure because you can use 2 BFs. Then the rest does not matter. A duo keeps contesting your comp. Okay, well that sounds like you might need to see someone else, man. Do I ever slam this? Because Shojin's so good. I guess let me see. Is it level 4? Oh, I win this for sure. It's fine. I don't even worry about it. I'm pretty sure I can't sell any of these, so it's fine. Yeah, I sell the Echo, like I lose so many synergies. Or Sork or Void. Oh my god. When these slam, I feel like I do not. Oh, the answer might have been yes. I am so sorry. It's not. He has another life, remember? If he dies here, he's still perfect. That's oh. Seeing Scarra TFT she's up to Austria was insane. Yeah, they bagged. I was the 5th highest person, which is pretty good. Like I was never gonna beat that guy's play button. That's insane. Diamond play button is ridiculous.
Night, night.
Wait, my items are literally perfect. Like, what the fuck happened in this game? Yo, Jinx, nah, I still want the rogue. Like, look at my items and tell me you don't know what I'm gonna fucking play. I know what I'm gonna fucking play. Look at this Echo Sniper. Hell yeah. Oh, this was really close, actually.
I win. Watch this.
Real war could go for your. No, you just go for your from here. Bro, do I take last stand at 100 health? No, I'm pretty sure I just take this.
Dawn is the future.
Jewel Gauntlet, it's really not good. Jewel Lotus, Gold Jewel Lotus is the worst one, I think. I think Prismatic is the best. If you say 1 million points to suggest you play Madden, would you? I would consider it if it was a PC game. Is Madden on PC? Wait, really? Let me go look. Madden. It is. Wow. Why does it have a 5.0 rating? 5 out of 10 rating. This guy has Fiora Kaisa? What?
I love Demacia. It's
How?
the only place I've been. Shurima is not of this time.
Well, he's level 6. What? How did I get contested playing challengers, man? There's no way. He didn't see my board from the very beginning. Oh, he fucking just random 2 units at 6 and just ended up being his comp, man. That's on the roll down. That is fucking insane. He was definitely gonna play something else and just ended up hitting this, right? I'm kind of down. I'm also kind of down. This game is so bad. This game is so bad. Wait, you redeemed Madden before I even looked? Dude, there's the fuck? I'm giving it back to you. I'm definitely not doing it right now. Wait, I was gonna refund the Ladrin's game, but then someone cleared it, so I guess he's never getting his points back. That's kind of funny though. LDP double trouble. This guy fucking wins. He top twos the lobby. Playing against a last stand fucking Kaisa player with how many he has?
Sean's future's about to get brighter.
Two Fioras. I am pretty sure. Oh, I mean, I'm definitely rolling the next round.
I never hold back.
I would want Blue's Challenger spec here. Would be by far the best. Blue Challenger augment.
About time I got my hands dirty.
If I don't kill you, son will.
I'm about to ruin your day.
Every soul shall serve.
Demacia is counting on us. I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Pick up the scent.
I would have won this, I think, if I slapped that cap. I wonder if I should ever slam my harvester.
Water to me.
Dude, is tons of stats actually that bad? It's
About time I got my hands dirty.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Demacia, now and forever.
Way to dash that augment suck ass. Yes, super weak augment.
Demacia, now and forever.
Sword will fight back!
The void has breached this place.
Like this unit is kind of OP, man. Fuck.
Demacia is counting on us.
Shurima is not of this time.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Stand ready!
Well. Weird how half the lobby has my fucking units. I this rage quit, that sucks. I challenge it. Yep, 5 challenger. It just sucks. Like I rolled so much gold because I'm contested 2 ways, right? I didn't mind being contested by the void player. It sucks that he's contesting me. Whatever, man. But I also just got straight contested by another fucking player playing the same comp, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
Submit. You have already lost.
I did not know it was Warlord's Palace. That looks hella good. That looks fucking great. The only question is if I go QSS or do I go Bloodthirster? I almost think QSS is better than Thirster here, but it's hard to say. Maybe I just go IE actually. Kill Lotus? Oh yeah. It actually sucks to like get 2-star, but it is like an insane fucking item. A giga juiced item. Oh, it should have been on dog. I almost thought I was not gonna get that. Holy moly. Oh, it's not the one. I was wondering why he didn't do that much damage. Okay. I'm in a good spot. It's 2 rounds, right? 8. It's like 8, 9, 8, 9, and then I'm good. 8, 9.
I never hold back.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell this next round. He has Radiant Vow. Oh god, this is gonna be such an ugly fucking game, man. Dude, wow, who voted for Warlord's Palace? Did I vote for Warlord's Palace? I must have brain damage. There's no way I voted for this. Oh, it's a painful place. Wow, that healing this round was absurd.
You have already lost.
Okay, so like usually this isn't good until you can get to 8. I thought I was gonna be uncontested this game, so I was gonna roll a little bit at 7, 2-star these, and then go 8. But what happened was I super contested this game, and I was barely able to make it to 8. But now that I'm 8, I get like so much more attacks. It's still Kaisa 1, yep. Radiant Hex, I mean, this is literally her best item outside of Radiant Shojin. But like, it's only good if I get her to 2-star because it's based on her damage, right? Oh. Hey, this guy's just unbeatable. Radiant Titans, Timer, Bruiser spat out fucking nowhere. It doesn't even have. How did he even get a Bruiser spat? Yep, you got treasure around with. You got it with Radiant Bramble. I don't know, man. He has know your enemy. It's just like, oh, this guy just hit everything, man. Guy didn't even cast. Oh, I killed his Isidore. Wait, this is maybe a doubleable one. I don't think he has. No way. Yep, his Jarvan cast it twice. Mine didn't even cast one. Okay.
Shadows.
Trying to not get one shot by this void, by the way. Maybe my guy loop, but he actually switched to the other side. Nice.
I win.
Yeah. Oh my, no way. Aatrox is 9. Okay, if I get 2 Aatroxes, maybe it's a double game, actually.
Behold immortality!
The fuck is this?
Demacia is counting on us.
No.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Now!
Zero Kaisas, it's so fucking doomed. Oh, this position is really bad now. As long as my Kaisa lives, watch my Kaisa, it should be, oh, where the fuck did my Fiora go actually? That's an unfortunate game. You know, I probably should have not taken a third Kaisa item because I was never gonna hit Kaisa 2 this game, right? I should just went for a third, like a Radiant Fiora item. That's my bad. That's mad. That was a crazy lobby. I cannot believe I got directly contested there. Rolls down 6 and hits. Only game where Kaisa is the most popular unit. I don't know, man. She's okay in League too. How do you become a sex god like me? Well, he's got to play a lot of Riot games. And they just send you your sex god certificate in the mail. But actually, they misplaced mine, actually. So I gotta go pick it up. Make sure you don't play TFT, true. I need to have the Annika thing as a fucking copy pasta. That shit is so funny. I think it's don't play any Riot game. Yeah, just play Lost Ark. Hold on. Let me go find it real quick. This is so funny.
Not gonna lie to you, I feel like being good at TFT. Oh fuck, I was too strong on my one. I think TFT is like the least sexy game that you can be good at. Not gonna lie to you, I feel like being
I have to agree. Don't say it. Don't say it, man. Don't fucking say it.
Bilgewater. Home bitter stinking home.
But yeah, all the TFT streamers got their girlfriends from playing TFT. All of them. Just ignore Scarra. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you trying to say? Oh, you're trying to say I'm special. Yeah, I am. Yeah, what up? How you at Bond shopping when I was in LA for Valorant chances, so I was too afraid to approach you. Hope you have one time. Oh, I don't think I was. So yes, I was not. So it's good you did not come up and approach me, because that would have been a very awkward situation. Low-key, most TFT streamers are fine. Yeah, he said exactly. Like, I'm fine. That's literally what he said. I really want to sell this Echo so bad, but I feel like that's not a good play. Selling Echo here sells possibility. If I had to pick a League player or TFT player, I'd probably still pick TFT. That's a dove. That's a dove. Boys, that's a dub right there.
You cannot hide.
The Ray.
Fight me if you have no spirit. Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Stroud. 7310. Thanks for sub on this stream. So Panda's only good one. I mean, it's pretty decent. Yo, Ray, have you been playing this TF reroll comp? It's interesting. So let Ray moderate emotes here. Any emo Ray wants, he can have. Okay, that's he's the homie.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I played the Knoxville Cup day when I got second. There we go, boys. Sexy. Morph TFT thanks to someone on the stream. Ray's literally the sexiest TFT player there is. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that one guy who slammed. Should I be worried that this guy is playing TF? Someone tell me he's not playing TF, right? OP, you keep quite the expensive comp true. Ray, can you stop taking all the women? That's what I'm saying, Ray. What the fuck? Leave some for the rest of us. Also, why did I not play 2 Malzahars this round? Anyone know? Am I just fucking stupid or what? All I need is my anime and my manga, dude. I caught up to Jujutsu Kaisen. All I have to say. Really, the fights in that are good, but the problem is the way that the author does exposition. In my opinion, is not very good. It's like a lot of the lead-in to the fight, or like even in the middle of the fight, it's just gonna be interrupted by fucking blocks of text, and I'm like, bro, who the fuck wants to read this shit? Message me about it later. All right. Holy Hand Grenade TV, 1 month for 53 months. Thanks for subbing. Dude, I actually, oh my god, we have contact with people at Shonen Jump because we went there, right? And I so badly want to read manga on stream. I'm just like, bro, what do you want me to read on stream? I'll read anything, like anything. Just fucking choose. Like, I got you. What do you want, Shugo Chara? Like, I got, well, I was Kagura Bashi. I'll read it. I'll read it 3 times. Fuck it. Like, they want to promote that shit. I'll do it for free. Just fucking let me fucking read it. Let me Hikari isn't the GOAT. Bro, when they introduced Hikari, I'm not gonna lie, I was just like me trying to figure out what the fuck this character does. I'm like, what the fuck?
Justice will be served.
Yeah, I just realized he's just lucky. His entire thing is he's lucky. It's funny though. But like me trying to understand it, I'm like, okay, he's got a 1 in 220 chance in hitting a jackpot, and like, okay, and I'm like trying to get it, and at the end I was like, oh, he's just fucking lucky. That's all I need to know. Hirabashi, 24 hours stream reading the first chapter. Bro, they're on chapter 3. Dude, we're in there, man. Can't you this talk? I don't speak to me. Okay, there's in Jujutsu Kaisen, they have ultimate abilities called domain expansions. This guy's domain expansion is that it's literally just a game where he rolls for waifus, and if he hits 3 of a kind, he jackpots. That's it. So like, if he jackpots, he gets like super OP. So the entire time he's like he's just like hoping he gets a fucking jackpot. It's so stupid. Yeah, he makes him sit there when you gamble. I'm trying not to spoil it for any more than like what I just said, but like that's all he does. And then if he jackpots, he can ulti again, essentially. It's fucking stupid. He's a silly character. He's funny though. I don't mind him at all. The TFT players are all gamblers IRL, bro. Are you serious? Do you know Soju and them literally sit there in the Vegas high limit table and they fucking just drop like thousands every night, man. Are you? What kind of question is that? Oh no. Oh fuck. We're re-rolling. We're just re-rolling. Fuck it. Did I an emote bet? Bro. Who's gonna use this emote? No one. Wait, you guys are actually using it. Don't side with him. You're my stream. Why would you side with him? Fuck it. My bitch. Ray stream now. That's true. My chat lost to Celine. Not saying Celine is like a bad person or anything. I'm just saying, really, guys? You guys couldn't give me anything? Lost to fucking Celine? Come on, man. At least put up a fight, okay? All you do is BS up in TFT, bro. It's because it's too easy. I don't want to, but like, when you're that pitiful, it's like, you know, sorry, I stepped in the wrong place, squished you like an ant. I play multicasters? Yeah, we are. I'm flipping this for like a better rating item. I don't know what, but it's gonna be good. Yo, because we can see though, bro. Wait for Vegas. We got like 2 weeks. I don't know if you're going to Vegas. We got like 2 weeks though. This guy took Radiant Equinox. Oh. I'm surprised he didn't. This is the best he got? Oh, yes. Yeah, a little unlucky. I'm a TFT player. I need Gambit. What the heck? The game. It's in the middle of the game. Radiant Spark BIS. Oh, I don't want that though. Well, I didn't know I was gonna win the war. That's the problem. I got a 3-1. That's the real big problem. Fuck, man. Are you serious? He took the only unit I want. Are you serious? I went to Sushi Save after your recommendation had the sea bass now. I get it. It was life changing. It was good, right? Have you tried Lies of Pete? No, but it looks really fucking good. I love this song. Is awesome.
Now and forever.
Every step, a new journey.
Hit J4 before a multicaster. True. But honestly, isn't Winds of War fucking lit with this comp? Guys, we are currently at 0 TFs. How do you guys feel about that? It's Jover, huh? Oh. Wait, let me go look. AD. Oh my god. Is this Sunder for more or just Sunder for rest of con? AP, 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 AD, AD, AP.
Every step, a new journey. They will go no further.
Water to me.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Like, I'm trying to get this to roll into an AP item. And it's not working, you know? Invoker game. If I go invokers from here, do I not just 8th? Like, it's the 8th? Oh, that was not bad, but I don't get JG.
About time I got my hands
Like
dirty.
here.
Every step, a new journey.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
You always fight so poorly.
Always on the run.
For Piltover. I miss the darkness of the void. I miss the darkness of the void.
We'll have to be Giant Slayer here. Yeah, probably. Can't be this. Can't be this. Like, do I not need? Surely I'm like griefing.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Always on the run.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
I'm not even gonna lie. I think, oh god, it's like so bad, man.
Let's raise the stakes.
It's fine. It's fine, right? I need so many fucking items, man. You have math? No.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Always on the run.
Like this.
Demacia, now and forever.
I've got you.
Last time I've been to Houston, dude, a long time ago, 2 decades ago. Like, I shouldn't like put everything here. That's too long. I have no desire to go back. Literally nothing that you would be interesting for me to go back for. I need Galileo 3, actually. Oh my fucking god.
Things I can't eat. That'll do the trick. Let's raise the stakes.
It's 7 HP, right?
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
We're back? Oh, hell no, we're not back. We're dead. Did literally, I didn't find more than 4 Galeos? Like, come on. Also, he took my item. I'm fucked. I think I'm still okay. Okay, so let's actually position this to where I'm not griefing. It's the first place player has just 3-starred everything already. It's not even stage 5. And he has a gunner spat? Like, what is going on?
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Oh, I mean, it's only 1 star. It's not unbeatable. Oh, wow. Wait, I think I got 7. Yes. Yes. Why did Jin fucking own me there? He did that much damage, man. That was a bummer. I'm gonna play some ads. Yeah, there's no world where I ever play. Like the problem is there's an Invoker player as well, man. Everything sucked there. Everything fucking sucked. It was just going. It was supposed to just go Sworks. Ow. Me seriously considering not accepting this queue because at midnight the Makoko thing happens. I have brain damage. I have a serious mental illness. I need help. Yeah, I do. You know what will help? 40 LP. I quit you last night within a week. Yeah, but like a week is relative, you know. In the olden times, they used to call a week a fortnight, and nowadays we call fortnight. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. In Tomato Town, yeah. You know, I have another problem. I put my skincare on my computer table because I want to use my computer so bad in the morning. All I do is like cleanse there, and I put on my stuff here, like right here, before I even start my stream. So I have my fucking sunscreen. I have my fucking what's we call it? Moisturizer right here. Yeah, it's gamer skincare. When I monitor tan, bro, are you serious? Literally look at my fucking board. It's so bright. Like I'm getting skin damage, man.
Let's get this party started.
Is it a TF game? Oh, I'm thinking so. If it's Puddle, I'm kind of down. Because Puddle, it's like a really expensive board. I agree. So like, if you want to run it, you need to be rich. And on Scuttle, you're fucking rich, and you have a lot of items, so you don't need TF.
We did it! Yeah!
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Rod a TF game. I'm down to play. Actually, I've lost to 9 Shurima today twice, I think. Once or twice. I'm about to say I'm down to play 9 Shurima, but yeah, no shit, I'm down to play 9 Shurima.
I got
I can't sell. I can't make 10. I don't think it's a TF game. Look at my fucking opener. Holy shit.
Darkness.
It's Chover. Yeah, Ray, I tried doing March of Progress into the Void build, which in my opinion, that's gotta be the best way to do it, right? Editors know it was not the best way to do it.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Double Trouble Cho? I played Roy Roll, yeah, it's pretty good. This is fucking dog shit. It's pissing me off.
They will feel pain they've never
Actually fucking
imagined.
pissing me off, man.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Goldmancer is the worst Orn item? Yeah, if you're bad. Like, but I didn't get gold.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Bro.
We pick up the scent.
Why is this guy still playing Cho? What? Why is there a Cho player with these season 5 Chos? It's 7 Bilgewater and Nyla. It's almost unstoppable. I mean, it's just you need Bilgewater spat. Almost, it's like not a bad comp, is what I'll say.
We feed.
It really sucks I didn't make 20 here. Like, that's crazy.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I play TF Legend to make sure I get Bilge spat. Why don't you play Earth Legend? That doesn't. Wait, you think the words you just said do not make sense. But yeah, no, I think it's only possible to build or Rising Infinity. Oh, dub, the dub, catch me out, baby. I was re-rolling for Village. I mean, I think you should play Earth for that. But I mean, TF is just easier to play. I don't know. I feel like Village is highly situational, is my honest opinion on it. Let's just take this. I mean, I'm sure I'll get more items. If I get another, Atron, it might be bad.
Keep your enemies close
and me closer.
Why am I getting contested? Can someone explain to me why someone's contesting me? This is the worst legend. I mean, I don't think that's true at all. Pretty sure Vagar is the worst legend. So I always show, yeah, it's me. How do I get no last hits? Ugh, disgusting. UBS's every game is broken. Honestly, I think it's not that good. Vlad's pretty bad. Yeah, agreed. I think gold Vlad is still okay. I think if I remember, I don't know exactly which of the one of the Prismatic got giga nerfed. So I think gold is still okay. Don't think TS for fun either. Wait, for fun is Kench for sure. Kench is like the biggest for fun augment ever, man.
Justice will be served.
I got 2 gold the entire round. Okay. Man, everyone's TF interesting.
I'll take care of everything.
This guy is... Go2G, welcome out for 19 months. Favorite cheese? Munster usually to put into sandwiches. And then I like brie. I like I like a lot of different cheeses, man. So far so great.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer. Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Probably not gonna go for this.
They will feel pain they've never imagined. Darkness.
I don't know if I can actually play the Void comp version.
Darkness.
Oh, wow, these are all terrible. Does this work on Shelly?
I miss the darkness of the void.
Okay, I'm not.
I will rule the Freljord.
I was gonna try to play it, but I'm like, fuck this, man. S7 in a roll. Yep, but I mean, you could do it differently. It's not crazy to do it differently.
I will tear the world apart.
Go with Titans. Yep. Oh, that's playing TF. Oh, I got gold.
Always rises to the top.
Oh, you guys think it was full void? Oh, I was gonna go full void, but I found Sedge and I decided not to. It was very possibly a full void combo. I can't go reactions here, but I saw Silco, so that's interesting. Sork emblem. Oh, he got Sork heart and Sork spat. The fuck, this guy high roller. This guy high rolled so hard. Guy is 10 gold. What? That's the guy who tested me. Uh-oh. Not viral it? I might. I think this is better. Nah, probably not. I don't need frontline. Like, if anything, the only thing my comp has is frontline. Well, this probably. If I get a void spat, I'm down to play 6 void, by the way. But I mean, that's probably not happening. If I get a void spat, I can keep Renekton in and play 6 void, and that would be fucking killer. Really fucking cool. Real void is really fake. I mean, it's okay. It's not super fake. It's just I need damage. Not more tank. Like tank is the only thing I have, right?
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Guys, do you know when Noxus Cup is? Is it tomorrow? Oh, it is. Oh, cool.
Survive. Fight. They can all burn.
Wait one round and pray to God. We hit I have to do this now because I have a 2-star unit. Are you gonna be watching? I wish I could stream it, but no, I don't know. Star Zaya at 4-1. And H Prox to hold all his items? That's not good for me. I think I win this, so I'm not worried. I did not win this. Really close. I'm just waiting to see if I can level up here. If I level up, win the game. Scope is kind of awesome here. I'm not gonna lie.
Piltover's finest.
Pretty sure I'm going Mordekaiser slash Belveth backline.
Let the monster out.
Rises to the top.
Another round. I'm gonna go to 8. I mean, can I just go post 9 here? I feel like I can't. I'm not. This guy has more to level 6. He only has 5 swains. Okay, that's not good for him. This is not. I am not going to 9 this game. I really wish I got like a Void Emblem. Being able to get another 3-star Void unit is really nice. And it makes your 6 Void really simple.
Become what they fear. Now again.
This game sucks ass. Did not see this Cassante when I looked at this board. Now I just lose fucking 15 for no reason. Didn't position correctly. My bad. Dark Asante, no items.
The void has breached its place.
Battle, yes.
From failure.
Refractor, I think, is underrated actually, but it's only good if you have invokers in. So, yeah.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
I mean, I'm only playing 4 bruisers at the end, but getting there is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. You only refractor if it's Heimer carry, otherwise what's the point? I think if it's Heimer carry, you still don't do refractor. I'm telling you, unless it's invoker, don't put that shit on in the game. Maybe you have Shojin on the unit, but it's just not good. Double shrink's good because I don't have any shrink here. The candle gives you 3 beams, which is lets you spread the shrink better. My final comp will look like sell this, Mordekaiser, Belveth. What to do? It gives you mana. Like your mana gain on your Heimer affects your mana gain on your turret. So if you have Shojin or if you have Invoker, it's really good. And if you don't have any of them, it's fucking sucks ass. I should have sold this last round as well, by the way. Whoops, my bad. Like, real talk, what the fuck are these items, man? How do I have this one bow, 1 tier, the entire comp? Oh, shit. No bow. Awesome. Oh, do this. I'm like really so hard by not rolling here. I really should roll here. It's kind of important. Oh, it is stupidly important now. No fucking way.
I should have left home years ago.
Become what they fear. Survive. Fight. Be gone.
Items are so bad. Oh, I need to put Rage Blade on this person, but how did I even get Rage Blade over here? Man, I don't know. A BT, she doesn't need it. My Harvester BT. Sure, that would have been fine. But I already had a... What would you have put the Gunblade then? What about Sag? Okay, I've heard enough. It's not good until unless he has items. Oh, the turret is really not that bad. Okay. Oh, fuck, he took it. Not gonna lie, guys. Bleh. It was very bleh. I have to go 9 tier. Oh, I'm rolling for like Scion 2 Sedge 2, but those are really upgrades. Can you say ayaya, please? I got you. All right, beat him up, Zelda. Why is he not ulting? Like, what is going on? That was so weird, man. There's a bug with RFC and scope giving too much range there. Weird. Yeah. Oh, I don't have hammer 2. 8 work. HP is at plus 1170. So Cho's definitely chonky. 7k. This guy's board looks so illegal. So it looks so good, man. Don't tell me he bugs out this way. Oh, we're good, we're good. I won. Holy moly. My items were not supposed to go on Heimer. It was not supposed to be a Heimer game, but it ended up being a Heimer game. I chose to the 125. Not today. Nope, not today. Got rescheduled. I mean, I could do RE2 here. I guess it's probably just this. Oh, Sunfire as well. What the hell? Crazy. 4,200 health. Nice level 8 shots. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ray coming in here just telling me I'm lucky, when in fact this game is all skill. Just ask Soju. Oh, that guy's dead. That guy's been dead. Oh, you mean this guy? Oh, I see. There is a Kasate 1 on this guy's board. Thank you for letting me know. Dude, do you see? Well, I guess it's not bug. I don't know. pumping up scoped. This guy's so lucky. When he rolls on A. Wait, how far is the anime? Wait, I'm confused now. Because the anime is not on Hikari, is it? The story should be, yeah, that's not even close. Yeah. Do I actually lose this? Really? What the fuck? My bad. I should have leveled here. Wait, I thought... Okay, I'm trying to spook. I need to hold Mordecai's move, so I'm gonna roll here.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me. Bilgewater, your king has returned.
How big is Ari's Reeve? What the fuck? Okay, I think I'm starting to realize why I don't like Ari is a very interesting unit. The Reeve is fucking like screen wide or something. Like, what the hell?
Your souls will feed the void.
Fuck it. Timer 2, baby. There is a Mordekaiser on the shop. I did not even fucking know.
Your gods fear me.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
Woo! Everybody says no. I beat this guy. I beat this guy. As long as he doesn't hit more 3. I just need Heimer 2. I win for sure. I need 1 upgrade to win that. I need this, but whatever.
I will rule the Freljord.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Casante rolled Rage played RFC. I win?
Let the monster out.
Oh, it looks like I win. GG. Velvet Gods is GG. Yeah, no problem. No problem, guys. Easy game. Oh my god, what's maths? Belveth's a balance in TFT League. Oh, it's I heard Belveth is really good at jungle now. Hmm. It showed 3 so early. Yeah, even when someone contesting. Is longer streak rate good in low reload where they just spam damage? I mean, it just depends on the situation. Like Heimer's really expensive. So like, if you don't know when, if you don't want to play Heimer in low elo, you don't have to play that unit ever, really. How many Mokoko seeds, bro? It's the Mokoko pickings every 1 hour or every 2 hours.
The Iceborn rules.
Do people like this? I guess it's a. I don't know. I don't like this one. It's okay.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Why support I have broken on bruises? It's broken on a lot of comps. I'm just gonna be real with you. That shit fucking broken. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't look like a show comp, right? Does unless
will be consumed by it.
Dude, fire is always in the back. If fire was in the front, I think it'd be better for the Nico players. Winds of War, man. Winds of... Can it be that bad? I mean, the answer is yes. It could be fucking terrible. I really should not take this. Bro, with TF reroll, I don't have the item. Oh. These guys are suspicious.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Now these guys are for sure like hella suspicious. I would 100% TF reroll here, even without the other thing. But if you look, there's 3 TF players in this lobby. You're telling me none of those 3 are gonna randomly pivot to TF? I don't believe you. I'm not that stupid. Someone's gonna do it anyways, and for sure one of those 3 is gonna do it. Fuck off, bro.
Guess we're fighting.
I will tear the
This guy's for sure doing it. People are weak might pivot the first side of a predator. You're that predator. No, I'm pretty sure this guy's that predator. Be honest, is it really Cho reroll here? Is it not just, I mean, I could just go Cho reroll, but it's actually Void. Do you feel me? Like it's actually just, I go Void with Cho 3. That way if I go tier here, I don't feel like shit. I feel like if I go tier here, I feel like shit every time. Otherwise.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I think it's one of those games where it just transforms into Vel'Koz. Honestly, who knows? Like I can just hit like a lot of like. The thing about Cho is if you don't have defensive items, it feels really bad to play Cho. Like my opener is like not defensively good for Cho. I want this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's fat. Oh. That's level 2 TF, you're still good. Bro, these guys are definitely going, some of these guys are definitely going TF, man. Actually, they're not. Actually, I'm a bitch.
Always on the run.
For the darkness.
I'll take care of everything.
Am I really going Cassio carry, bro? Guy with Soraka Nico. Oh, this guy is definitely going. Okay, I. Not bad loss. Pretty good loss.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
What is this guy going? Is this guy going my comp? Hope not.
Piltover's finest.
think it's stupid to stay low level for this. I'm down to just climb. Trade Sector must be so good for playing this particular comp.
Carnage.
Are you good for cast spam? Sure, but I'm not playing around Cassio. It's not better than 4 Bruiser, so I wouldn't even put it in until 6.
Darkness.
Do I ever declaw something here? What do I even do with these items, man? Pretty sure I just declaw something random. This isn't gonna stay in the comp, right? Only reason I'm declining this and not Cho'Gath is because I don't know if Cho'Gath is gonna want this item. Honestly, I don't think it goes on any other. It might go on Castlin, that's why. Imagine damage the game. Probably. And with the slam, nope.
Always on the run.
Piltover's finest.
Justice will be served. They will feel pain they've never imagined.
It's not bad. I mean, it's pretty bad, but it's not bad.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
The Bulwark is no thick pick there. Nope. That Bulwark was probably like, it doesn't make any sense to go Bulwark if I'm not playing Cho reroll, you know? I might eventually end up with Cho, sure, but I don't know who actually gets this item in the comp. It's Kaiser. I'm a fucking idiot. It's Kaiser, right? Oh yeah, it's fucking Kaiser. Kaiser owns. I mean, the thing is, I'm not banking on getting Cho 3. I might get Cho 3. It might happen. But it's just like, this is just my mid-game board, to speak. Wait, man. I'm down for this show, actually. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna get Cho 3 here. I should just declaw the Cho then, but it's fine. I did 2 tomes. This comp doesn't even want a void. That's a crazy thing. It wants less void. Killer Mouse, yeah, it's probably better. I don't really care for it because I have so much frontline, but I could use 4 with this Casio. This guy was full streaking the whole game. Really interesting.
Witness your demise.
Kind of like, I think it's really good for this comp because as you climb to 7, you want a 3-star a lot of the void anyways, so you're rolling for a lot of the void to stabilize your board. Technically you don't roll till 7, but like by the time you get to 7, you're like 2-starring a lot of your board. No problem. This combat's pretty straightforward. You just buy purple units. You buy purple units, and then Talia's like a fake purple unit, so you buy her too. And so it's just 7 units that are purple, and like one imposter.
Here I come!
Justice will be served.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
I'm almost 7. I'm the 7 next round, right? I need milk cards, man. This guy actually ended up going Samira reroll. I mean, he hit Noxus spat, and he hit a Fawn. Oh wait, he did not. He's going for 2 Noxus spats. Oh, this guy's crazy. Okay, like if it works out, it'll be super good. But he has to level a lot. I think he can actually do. So you're going to Turkey? I don't know what that means, but no.
The void has breached this place.
So.
Every soul shall serve.
I don't have a single fucking milk cause, man. Okay, well, I'm kind of in a weird spot. I shouldn't have rolled this much, I don't think. I really want to hit 1 big upgrade. The Cho 3 is a big upgrade for sure. Do you watch competitive league? Rarely.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Okay, if I sell this, I put this in. Sell this and then this in. Is it better than my current board? Probably. It doesn't get this comp today once, twice. This is my second time. I think. My memory is not what it used to be. This is so good. It's the item and the unit. So crazy good. I think I have a lot of potential here. I don't roll too much. That's almost 30. What the fuck? Union Titans next time? I probably should have, because I'm nowhere near Belfast 3, right? Isn't use Tali Hasela? Tali is better. I mean, whenever Void knocks up, it's the only one with hard CC, and whenever Void knocks up, he throws pebbles at. Wait, I can't hit Velcostri with this guy in the lobby. Wait, I just realized my problem. Uh-oh. Yeah, stacking this unit may not have been the best idea. You win this with Velcos too, huh? Five streaky with Velcos, and he has a... Oh, I forgot. Rek'Sai is good. It doesn't matter if you think he's good or not. I just straight up like that is irrelevant. You're about to 3-star him and you have a 1-star Vel'Koz. Like you're just supposed to stack the other one. Like unless he's just unplayable. Okay, I have just Giga Spike. Now my health is for the thing is 6,000. Okay. Now I can chill a little bit. Like I don't think I can. I think I'm just going 8, right? 8 you put in like a. What can I know, man? Like Tarek, I think. Honestly, it's a legendary unit. I just play Heimer here. Isn't Shroud hitting your team? I got shrouded by the enemy shroud. The game does not have the double shroud anymore. God, this comp is actually so good. Like no joke. Like this comp looks stupid as hell. Like because you're essentially just playing random 3 costs on the board, but the comp is just so fucking good. The reason why Vel'Koz is a blue buff instead of Shojin, yeah, blue is better. I think it's if it's 60 mana or less, blue buff is always better. If it's more than that, then it's Shojin. And Shojin blue buff have like this one that's okay for both at some place. I forgot which one, man. I think between 60 and 90 or 60 and 80, blue and Shojin are the same. And afterwards, Shojin's much better. Blue buff also gives him his first cast quick. What's the math of the Adaptive Helm? Adaptive Helm is always better than Shojin on non-challenger units or units that have less than like 0.85 attack speed. And for instead of blue buff, it is I have no fucking idea. So I'd imagine if it's better than Shojin, it's probably better than blue buff around 70 mana. Assuming no attack speed, right? Shojin, any champion other kinds. So no, adaptive is better than Shojin on this right now. Straight up. Is without a challenger, yeah, adaptive is better. That's an interesting thing. I should just go adaptive as spear next time. Good. I look it out. I actually just defaulted Shojin here. Alternative for low mana units? No, it's the alternative for high mana units. Way better. Oh, this guy's board looks kind of good. Boom. Okay, do it again, Shelly. Wait. Oh, you got cleared. That's not good. I'm second this game. Wait, maybe Cutie is right because this comp sometimes just does not cap. I feel like I'm just like I can't cap. Like I'm capped pretty much. I can't do any more damage. Yeah, Vel'Koz 3, even though I'm playing Vel'Koz. Like what? You call him Mouse? Nah, I'm saying Mouse. You gotta believe. Boom. Oh, this might be a third. Not doing enough damage to kill this guy either. I think I have enough life to probably outlive these guys though.
I miss the darkness of the void.
He knocked his back. Oh no, he got this. And he did 1-2-5 and got an Aatrox. Interesting. We're a triple Goldnator.
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
I have an idea. My unit is just here to spread debuffs, man. I capped. I'm fucked. These two can be sold. These two can be sold. Try and triple shrink. These guys have like units that are literally just tanky. I'm playing its first place player. No way I got unlucky here. The Black Cleaver is way stronger than Black Cleaver. The best matchup? Hell no. You want him to kill someone else. I'm third or fourth. I don't know what. I'm fourth. Man, that's unlucky. It's crazy that this guy just ends up getting Vel'Koz's when I'm trade sectoring the whole game. I just wasn't able to. Maybe the play was at 7, just roll even more aggressively and just hold 5 Vel'Koz's so you can not hit or something like that. It's fine. I'll play Smats. Bleh. It's okay. Dude, okay. Do you guys know who Fan is? Really funny streamer. TSM. She posted my phone typing speed. And I'm just thinking to myself, what the fuck? Holy shit. That is fucking crazy high, man. Like absurdly high for phone. I'm getting like 70 tops. Yeah, 93% accuracy. That's fucking crazy. That's like my keyboard typing speed, actually. Maybe perfected replicator. Sorry, the multicaster augment is just so good. It's better than TF. I don't know, man. We'll see. Okay, whatever it is, it's not fucking shifting sand. So let's move away from that one. I don't know why people ever vote for this. The only reason you would do it is if you hate other people. Because it's like so bad, IMO. The most RNG bullshit ever, man. Thank God.
Embrace the code.
It's so bad, man. Like, there is skill involved with it, but it's so annoying. Like, sometimes you just get fucked by bench, you know? What are we dealing with? Ooh, okay, it's brown. Got it.
We did it! Yeah!
Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
Repairs. Crowd no arguments. Oh, you vote crowd if you like playing the boss. It's really good on the boss.
For the void. I am here to test souls.
Oh man. I actually have a Kale reroll opener. Really interesting. Thing is, okay, is this cup actually good? I swear to God, I've not seen a single Kale reroller do well. I've seen one in probably 15 games.
You cannot hide.
Guess we're fighting.
Holding village just in case I get rising infamy or some bullshit village spat.
Fight me. If you
No lie, I could just fucking pivot the rogues here, probably do fine. This is such a good rogue one, man. Not this, okay. Probably not this. This is interesting. Okay, this is Bureau kill, you go 6 Bastion, not vertical Demacia. Like, I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I'm just gonna say I've seen one way more than the other one.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Yep, this is the most common build with Kale, by the way. Right here. This is 7 months. Highest play rate. Galio? Oh, you might not kill a unit if you do buff Galio. Radiant GS is a big nerf. Yeah, why didn't she get a Radiant fucking Dumbblade or some bullshit, man?
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Alright, real talk. What if I just sell this Poppy again? Sell this? Because, like, do I really need... Magic has a higher cap, yeah, but you have to hit double bash spat. Like, sure, like, let me tell you, if you hit double bash spat anywhere, it's the highest cap in the game. Because your frontline has 19 million fucking armor, man. Like, you literally have the tankiest comp in the game. Agreed, it has a higher cap. But then you'd be comparing it to like 9 Demacia, which is also like an extremely higher cap. You know, like Radiant Redemption, I just don't think I would kill stuff. It's so funny. I don't even know if I want Giant Slayer on this character. Like Radiant Giant Slayer. Doesn't this give you 50 AD? What the fuck, man? Who the fuck is responsible for this garbage? I can't even push it. If you got Radiant Rage Blade, that would be the fucking best. You would never have to fucking build items on her. I did not realize there was a person sacking. I was too busy talking to chat. Uh-oh. Never see a kill cup dominate the lobby? I mean, me neither. You're not starting now.
I am here to test souls.
A lot of times you just end up with, if you get Alawi 3, you just play it, right? You just play Alawi and then you eventually drop. I mean, I'm gonna Hearth Home this fucking item. But now that I have Winds of War, maybe the actual place to Hearth Home, holy fuck, I Hearth Home 2 tank items. But like, holy shit. I get Radiant Redemption and then I get like fucking Radiant Stoneplate or something. Radiant Bramble, that'd be fucking sick. If Ixal's electric or a fire kill procs on every auto, okay, was it electric? You only get stunned once, man.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
What if I just
Fight me if you have no spirit.
Out of my way!
Come here.
Guess we're fighting.
I love Demacia.
Yeah, but only
It's
rolling for 40
place
here.
I've been.
Really don't want the GS this unit. It's so bad, man. Radiant RFC is nuts. Radiant RFC. Oh. Interesting. I do feel like you'd be cooking with that. Then you put chain on thing to toggle Radiant Redemption. Oh yeah, I should now that he's 2 stars. Is it even good? Wait, I don't even know if it's good. That sounds terrible. Okay, is this bad though? You're right.
Guess we're fighting.
Did you get any of the good tank ones, man? Sucks.
Demacia is counting on us.
And yeah, I made sure to put it in, but I was busy picking my item.
Out of my way!
So Radiant RFC starts with 70% attack speed. My question is it better than Radiant Rage Blade? Very masochist? You know. Potato. I'm down. I'm down to give that a shot then. The stats for Radiant Rage Blade is the best? Really? Wait, why did I just get Bramble here? Ray is by far superior, huh?
Let's start the show.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
And yeah, Bramble, someone said the word RFC in my chat. I got baited. This is literally the reason why I'm not challenger. I play my chat. They just keep making shit up, man. They literally all the time. So it sucks. Not fast enough, buddy. Not fast enough.
Now.
Well, I'm getting a shockingly high amount of Gallios at 5 actually. Apex player. Ooh. I'm starting to think Kale just shouldn't have a Radiant item. Like, I'd rather just give her a third item and force a Radiant onto Jarvan and Galio, I think. This is too good for the current meta? I don't know, man. I think it's fucking 50-80, bro.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget my
What?
home.
Well, definitely shouldn't be at 21 HP, but this is everything. Wait, I only have 6 kills. It's a little awkward.
Guilty. I am here to test souls. I am here to test souls.
Haha, come here. They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Sure, I should take this off, man. I'm about to fucking make Gunblade. Like, what do I do with these items? I guess they're pure items. Oh, wait. Fine, right? Bails me out.
Demacia is counting on us.
Water to me.
I never hold back.
Fight me if you have.
Oh, that shit for Jarvan ASAP, buddy. ASAP.
Yes.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Demacia, now and forever.
Okay. Oh, Sean, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream. And Mel's Gregory went back for 5 months. Guys, we're playing Kale reroll 7 Demacia. Oh, Soda, dude.
I never hold back.
The problem is that if I put this on this, I lose Jarvan. What is Soda's thing? Does anyone know? Do you know? Is it Shojin? And it's pretty good. Wait, Shojin? Oh, hell yeah, never mind. LG4, hell no. DB Quinn, yeah. Okay, what do you guys think of the comp now? Is it okay? I got bailed out by a federal contract, right? Very rarely am I on this end, but I am. He's stronger from here. I don't need to get stronger. I just need people to get weaker, or I need people to die. The rogue player is a little bit annoying. Oh, Jody, thanks for the raid. Oh, it's so funny. I raided Jody and I have to eat. I came back and I got her raid. Wait, that's literally an investment strategy. Wait, I lost because this guy rolled a fucking Eternal Winter? Anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing with some TFT. It's pretty late. Trickster Glass Jace. $11. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's real late, guys. This might be my last game, actually. All right, I position like this against rogues, so it never hits this unit, I think. To be 8th, no. I'm top 4. You just have to believe. You think I would 8th place after a raid? I would never. I should have played this quite a while ago, but it's fine. I have Radiant Redemption, 3k Life Gallia, wins a war. So they take damage equal to the health per second on the cast.
Now!
If you are a fear is fucking useless in this comp, man. She is literally a body. That's it. Can you please ulti? Wait, this guy was stunned the entire duration of the game or what? Whoa. What tip would you give someone who always sees a platinum low mid diamond every season? I think a lot of it. I don't know. Like, I don't have tips for those people. I'll say those people, but that sounds really bad. So just in general, people. So if I'm Morel, yeah, but this shit doesn't cast now. I fucking put it on here. It's I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna pretend I know. I think that's even like worse. Like I'm not gonna pretend like I know your struggle. Okay, I don't. This guy playing Endless Hordes Kaisa? Interesting. Been ready item? Nope. Not gonna happen. I can't do it. Hey, advice for how to get a girlfriend. Dude, you came from a stream that would have given you great advice. Jody would have given you smashingly great advice. Me, literally the worst person you could ask for probably ever. Well, I haven't got advice from Jody. She said I'm a lost cause. Like, yo, you should try to go 9. Nah, trust me. You only need to go 7. People go 9 overcompensating. Just watch. Just watch. This guy said I need to go 9. This guy needs to go 9 to beat me. Actually, there's 5,000 physical damage. That's actually kind of a lot. No, man. Why? He does have an egg though. Oh, it's out back in. It's out in 1. Great. He can egg cash out and kill everyone for me. Wait, this is right. This is right. Sorry. I got fucking lost rolling for shit. I'm like, wait a second. Sorry. I confused myself. I fucking literally stun locked myself. This is what right one. I want more frontline for sure. Jarvan ulti 3 times here with a beast. The beast. With a beast. With a beast. I won by the skin of my teeth. I might just start picking up sodas because like I can't go. I don't know, man. What am I supposed to do? I can't go 9 or I can't go 8. We're capped, said Jar 2. Nope. Sona time. Find Jarvan? Yeah, why don't I just fucking why don't I just fucking do it? Surely it's not because every other player in the lobby has like 50 million Jarvan. This guy also had egg. That's not good. Ooh, good cast. Great cast. He cashed out with egg and lost it. That's kind of awesome. I beat double fun egg cash out. Wait a second. I'm starting to think Infernal Contract is broken. I'm starting to think you guys said I need to go 9 were wrong. This guy's literally holding another. Oh no, he has only 2 Jarvans. 2 Jarvans. Oh, and you know what? The Jarvan guys died. Hell yeah.
lost.
Demacia, now and forever.
Like you better hit Jarvan though.
Demacia
It'd be really
is my
sad.
home, but I'll never forget Ionia. I've got you.
I am like I'm golden. I'm literally so golden. Why is there a unit here? How did this guy sneak in? But I've got an intruder. My please kill another one. I think I'm alive. No way, this is 15, right? I almost won that actually. Holy fuck, that would have one shot him there. Oh, top 3! You guys really thought I wasn't gonna own this game? This guy has... It's fine. You believe from the very beginning? Yeah, I know you did. Everyone has like a fawn. This guy has double fawn. Like what the fuck, man? These are some crazy boards, man. But wait, but not crazy enough. Not crazy enough. You know, he should have gotten a crazier board to deal with me. Boom, dead. Top 2? I went pretty bad. This one's okay. I think it's very average. But this one is like, he got 2 fawns off egg and items. So it's like, no, this one's pretty OP. We're the top 2. Yeah, I told you guys. I want to forfeit because there's no way I'm winning this. This guy's board is so capped. He's 6 Ionia and somehow fit in like GP Heimer, you know? How come my eggs are never like that? My eggs are like, I fucking lost. I get the egg, I'm there. Got 2nd place. You can't end on that. What do you want me to end on? I can't end on anything else. Guys, it's already 120. Am I really not? We end on Lost Ark. Don't sleep, guys. I need to sleep. But the good thing about me sleeping is I'll be back here tomorrow. I'm looking at my calendar and there's 2 pending tasks. And I'm just like, when did I put those there? Huh. No one's live, sludge. Dude, I actually, no, like, real talk, I need to go film a vlog. I haven't done it in a while. And I know my editors are just like, fuck you. Get off your lazy fucking ass and do shit for your YouTube. I'm like, all right, man. I have the plan already. And I know exactly what I'm doing. I know everything but the thumbnail shot. I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing, and fuck. Can you be part of the vlog? Yeah. If you're outside tomorrow and at one of the 3 places I'm going to, you can be a part of the vlog, a background character. Describe the video to GPT-4 and ask it. No, I know what the thumbnail should be. I just don't want to do it. The thumbnail needs to be, this is going to sound really stupid. It needs to be, I recreate a One Piece scene at the beach. And it'll be awesome. But I don't want to do it, man. I don't want to go to the beach like 40 minutes away just for a thumbnail shot and then 40 minutes back. But like, oh God. It's like, Photoshop. Oh shit. That would be, no. You gotta do it for real, man. You telling me that you can smell the ocean from the thumbnail? The more I see the Sakari dance, the more it's kind of funny. Who even did this? Who the fuck animated this? House is 40 minutes away from a beach. Yeah, that tells you nothing. That actually is like the least relevant information ever. I think I'm 40 minutes away from 3 beaches. 4 beaches. Okay, guys. I think triangulated. All right, man. I'll see you in my backyard tomorrow then. I think I'm done. Right? It's 1:30. I should be done. Tomorrow I go out to vlog in the afternoon. That way I can still come back and stream for you guys in the evening. Because that's how much I care. And it's not because I need money to go to Korea. Actually, I don't think we're going to Korea this year. People are traveled out and some stuff came up, and I think we're not going to Worlds. And I don't want to go by myself, so I don't think I'm going to Worlds this year. So if you're at Worlds, you're going to watch New Jeans, you will not see me in the crowd. New Jeans, I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. The song is not really, doesn't really feel like New Jeans. It's very kind of generic. I feel like New Jeans could have been better. I'm just throw that out there. Just put that out there. Oh my God, Kitty Cinderella's trying to get the world record on Suika. Holy fuck, I'm gonna raid her because there's no fucking way she can do it, and it's gonna be incredible when she fails. You're telling me she can get multiple watermelons? I don't believe you. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.